Oh, that's a lovely shot there. One bounce into the boundary for 4. And Raymond Perez is not going to back down from a challenge. It was short and wide.
Back into the left-handed Nandu. Obviously, Mindu is bowling out swingers from that end primarily to the right-handers, which obviously will be an in-swinger to the left-hander.
Just a one slip, so things the white ball, as we know, doesn't swing for that long. Maybe you get 3 or 4 good overs out of it, and then after that you're not gonna get much. So that's out the outside edge. Nandu's gonna play a little bit straighter there. Makino Minley, full of experience. He's played for the West Indies. After his Super 50 performances last year, didn't get back into the team though for a while. He's been forced out by the likes of Matthew Ford coming back from injury, Jaden Seals, who's now become an all-format player for the West Indies. And they'll rush through for a quick single. That's good running. Mindy has found a lot of success at 50 over level. Played 22 list day games. Oh, that's one getting some bounce. Top of 4th stump. Perez likes to play off the back foot. He's quite strong there.
(15 of 18), the kind of rate that he would normally operate at, as he loves to play his shots, Perez. sometimes to his detriment. Played uppishly.
But I think when you got someone like Perez and a guy who goes about it like Perez does, it complements the way that Nandu wants to play, which is a bit safer. And I think it's a good opening partnership when you have these two. You've got Nandu who's gonna hold an end and rotate the strike well, and then you've got Perez who's gonna get on with the game a bit and take the pressure off Nandu. So it works well. Oh, that's a lovely shot on the up.
Driving.
And one bounce into the boundary for 4.
Beautiful indeed. Driving uppishly and safely though. At the end of the over, 27 without loss.
Jivo Royal is into the attack now. It's into Nandu. On that one, getting that angle straight across Nandu. And that's going to bring that man, Jermaine Blackwood, that's first slip into play. Off the back foot and losing his footing there was, I think it's Brad Barnes at backward point and allowing for Nandu to get through for the second run. Oh, bit of tough luck for Barnes there. Edging and just to the left of a diving Jermaine Blackwood, and it's going to run into the boundary for 4.
Excellent delivery there from Javor Royale. He just held it back a bit and he had Matthew searching for it, lunging forward, never to the pitch of that. He was playing away from his body as well and into the boundary. They'll take it though, Guyana.
And they're on to 35 now, so this partnership building nicely. They're scoring at a good rate as well. Gonna cut this time. Just a good bit of fielding from the man at point. And that's gonna bring us to the end of the 6th over. 35 without loss. They're going at just under 6 runs and over at the moment. And you gotta say that Guyana seem to be in control. Couple of moments in the game where Jamaica seem to just lose their line a bit first game nerves is what is going to be put down to. So at the end of 6 without loss. Campbell, a switch of ends for him now. Kai Campbell, a bit expensive, 14 runs in his first 2 overs. You don't want to pick up an early wicket here just to get Jamaica back into this game. And this time Nandu getting that inside edge onto his pad. You can see him rehearsing there, just wanting to play the ball under his eyes, play it a bit later. Doesn't want to force the issue too much. They're off to a good start. Ideally you'd want them to get through this power play without losing a wicket. Lovely from Kai Campbell. That one.
Yeah, well, that is what got it over the ropes because he threw the bat at that viciously, and he was able to get it into the boundary. Let's have a look at it again. It was wide, and yeah, it went into the gap, so it was safe. But what got it away from the fielder, who wasn't too far away from it, was the fact that he threw the bat at it and it went very hard. The bat speed was very, very quick on that one.
It's at the end of the 7th over now, 42 without loss. The bat at it again, just to the right of the man at cover, and Raymond Perez picks up another boundary. So Guyana are on their way to a very good start here. Closing in on that 50 partnership as well for the openers. And this time off the outside edge. Blackwood can't stop that. Campbell is going to fire the return in, but they pick up two. Very good. Wait. Feeling because that came off Perez, but we're gonna have to take a closer look at that. As both of the umpires are gonna have a bit of a conference. But
Did Perez run deliberately in the line of the ball, or was just for Perez trying to go back into his feet?
that's gonna be the conversation. We'll have to wait and see. Let's have a look at what happened there as umpire.
Obviously not out going down the leg side, but let's see the throw. Now, continues to appeal. Here's the throw.
The umpire's given it as 4. So I think in their eyes, Raymond Perez did not try to disrupt the play on purpose.
Bentley.
It shows you back to that 2019 World Cup final. But that is going to be a boundary. It actually is going to be 5, or is it going to be 4? I think it's just going to be 4. So the 50's up for the Guyana Happy Eagles.
Shooting it away there for one.
53 now for no loss. We're going into the 9th over. Matthew Nandu 21 of 24. Perez 27 of 26. Good delivery from Campbell off the back foot, and this is excellent running. From the very moment that ball hit the bat, Perez was ready to take off, and he needs Matthew Nandu on the other end needs no second invitation.
I can't understand the switch though. I thought Gary Campbell was bowling much better from the northern end. He was getting the wind that is blowing from east to west to help him getting that ball. He was coming from here, so he's actually getting the ball to late swing back in. And then he was mixing it up by sending some straight across the line. But now he's bowling from the southern end, and the wind is actually not assisting him. Delivery wide outside the off stump.
Yeah, I think he's more dangerous when he's getting that ball to angle back in to the right-handed batsman, and challenge Nandu's outside edge. So it is interesting, but I think they wanted to get Javor Royal in to get that drift away from the left-hander and challenge the outside edge. A sign short and wide, too wide.
Umpire Ryan. They're signaling the wide.
Nandu driving again off the outside edge down to third man. And they get through for another single, so they're rotating the strike nicely. They're finding ways to score runs. And with just one delivery to go in the 9th over. And so every time that Gary Campbell has gone wide, Matthew Nandu's had no problem throwing his bat at it outside the off stump and trying to get on with things, trying to get the ball to the ropes. And he's on to 22. Final delivery of the 9th coming up. Oh, just beating him off the outside off stump. And I think that one just hit the pitch and did something. A good finish to the 9th over, 56 without loss. And that was a good delivery from Gary Campbell. Just hitting that on around that middle and off stump line and moving away from Raymond Perez when Campbell has been bringing the ball back into him all the time. That's a danger delivery. That's a wicket taker. So at the end of 9, 56 without loss. Perez 28 off a runner ball. He's hit 4 fours. And Matthew Nandu, the skipper, 22 of 26. Not out. So these two would want to get to the end of this power play without losing a wicket. So Salmon to continue. He's gonna go round the wicket to Nandu now. And century. Got away again, and there is no one. Very well there to stop that, and they're gonna run for 3. Nandu gets in safely, so 3 more added to the total. And at the end of 12, it's 76 without loss. So 12 overs done, 76 without loss. And Royal is going to continue from the Branara Pavilion end. Looking to work this time into the onside. It's straight to mid wicket. Pete Salmon is there. Not a bad start from Royal. 3.2 overs, none for 18. They need a wicket though. Short, and I thought he got away with that one. It was short and wide. And Perez picking out the fielder at short cover. On off the back foot. This time a misfield from the man at short cover. And they will pick up another single. They're just taking things along really nicely now. 77 without loss. Raymond Perez getting closer and closer to a half century in the very first game of the regional Super 50 2025. Nandu on the other end playing a very good supportive hand. Gets back onto the back foot and works this nicely down to deep backward square for another single. So now just one delivery to go in over number 13. 7 fours and a 6. Off the back foot again, and another single to close off the over. So they continue to score well at the end of 13, 79 without loss. So Salmon to continue. He's got a deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, a long on and a long off. And a quick single. Nandu seemed to be sleeping a bit there, and he's collided now with the wicket keeper. We hope everything is okay. And that looks nasty. Nandu's not wearing a helmet at the moment. So we'll have to take a look at this. Everything seems to be okay for now. Wicketkeeper Romain Morris there colliding with him. Let's have a look at it again. Oh, could have been a lot worse. They're gonna take a drink and they are just gonna have a quick check. I believe it's actually gonna be the drinks break. So 80 without loss, the Guyana Happy Eagles in 13.1 overs. And we are going to take a short break as the players have a refreshment. We'll be right back with more. So Salmon continues after the break. Raymond Perez is nearing that half century. He's on to 46. And, that one has beaten the man at point again, and Raymond Perez gets to a half century. A very well played half century. And they go through for a quick single now. Very good running from these two, Nandu and Perez. They're so quick between the wickets. And at the end now, 14 overs, 86 without loss. Off the back foot, cut away. They'll look for two again, but they'll have to settle for one. But it's been a very good start for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Nandu continues to just rotate the strike nicely. And just beating Royale off his own bowling. And Brad Barnes is not happy with that effort. He thought that Royal could have done a bit better. And you could just see that the Jamaicans are starting to flatten out a bit on the field. That initial buzz that they were showing early up, you're not seeing it anymore. You're just seeing a lot of flat. They're taking long to move across to the different positions. And that has been just pure frustration. From the likes of Nandu and Perez, just batting them out of the game early on. And Nandu plays a nice shot down to long on for another single. So 89 without loss now. And a wide delivery down the leg side. Not signal though from the umpire. It's going to go down as a dot. One delivery to go now. And the over is completed at the end of 1590 without loss. And they're maintaining that run rate of just around 6 and over. Very well, they've done that from very early on in this game. Brad Brown just sliding that one through. He is going to be the man that they would look to for the breakthrough. They need to make something happen. If the things continue like this, it's going to be a very easy day for the Harpy Eagles. Nandu driving uppishly. Just another single. So they're doing it in singles at the moment. Just keeping things sticking. At the end of the 16th overs, 94 without loss. Me. Oh, well bowled there from Jivo Royal. Oh, and he's almost played it on there. Good reactions from Blackwood at first slip. But Raymond Perez is living a charmed life there. Trying to cut that ball and almost just cutting onto his stump. So just bounced over, and a good bit of reactionary fielding from Blackwood at slip. Oh, 17 overs down, 95 without loss. And Brad Barnes is going to continue from off the back foot. And this time more balanced in the way that they field, the way that Barnes has set this field, and he's now brought in a short cover. Exactly when Nandu would have driven that ball upishly in the last over. And this time Nandu just picks a gap nicely and picks up 2 more runs. Javel Glenn out there does the fielding. Just a couple runs away now from the 100 partnership. Nandu drives again straight to the fielder at cover this time though. I really like the way that Matthew Nandu and Perez have gone about their innings. It's been full of running between the wickets and just picking gaps, dropping the ball and running with the occasional bit of boundary hitting, and they've really done a good job. Nandu drives, beats the man at short cover. They'll look for 2 more. It is well fielded from Glenn on the boundary there. They pick up 2. And with that, the 100 partnership comes up for the Guyana Harpy Eagles between Perez and Nandu. Perez 56 of 60, Nandu 38 of 47. And they have really put together a good partnership, a great opening partnership to start the CG United Regional Super 50. Or the end of the 18th over. It's 100 without loss, and Jamaica in desperate need of a wicket.
So 100 up in 18 after 18 overs is very good. And early on, just a slice of luck, but these two they've settled in, and Perez has led the way with his 56, taking nothing away from Matthew Nandu. Has been solid.
Royal to continue. Perez looking to play the cut there, and gets a single now. With this start, at 101 without loss now, you've got a lot of overs left in this game. Still 1.5 overs, and a lot of batting to come with 10 wickets in hand. And I think, what do you think Guyana will be looking at target? That's a brilliant stop from Royal.
At this point, they will be looking for 300.
Yeah, I think if you don't get 300 from here on out, you're going to be disappointed. Yes, you've got to acknowledge the absentees in the Guyana Harpy Eagles team. Obviously, no Shimron Hetmeyer, no Romario Shepherd, no Rutherford. And, these guys are all... Rutherford's with the West Indies team at the moment, as well as Shepherd, Hetmeyer's over in the Abu Dhabi T10. Now you've got those 3 power hitters who usually bat in the middle order are unavailable. Then you turn to guys like Dindial Anderson, who's probably going to bat at 3, who's a top player. We all know how good he can be. That's a good shot from Perez in the gap. It is going to trickle along. I don't think it's going to get there. And they pick up 2 more.
Well, Perez knew that Laurent was pretty wide, and of course the sweeper on the cover boundary was not really in the middle of the angle, so to speak. So he checked the shot, and because of that, had he not checked the shot, he'd have gotten 4. Well, that's
better from Royal.
The arm ball there.
He's already into his 7th over.
Hasn't done badly, has he? 104 without loss is only over number 19, and he is about to complete his 7th over, and he's conceded just 31.
I think he's been the pick of the bowlers in a game where You've not seen a wicket fall just yet, but he's made things happen. We saw that in that first over that he came into bowl. He found the outside edge of Nandu, and it went flying down to the boundary for 4. So I think Guyana definitely would be looking at anything in excess of 300, maybe closer to 325 around there.
And the projected score is 274. I never really take that on because things can change so quickly. You know, back in the day, they used to say when whatever score you have at end of over number 30, you double that.
So Brad Barnes to continue. Take some piece off that ball there.
Well adjusted though by Nandu. You can see him just delaying the shot after realizing what Brad Barnes has done. And he was able to get it into the gap.
So you got the batting to come. All the time peeling off the outside edge, and Campbell ran in and has to run back out now. Pick up 2 more. So the batting to come, Kevlin Anderson, who is number 3. Kimo Savory, the wicket keeper. He'll probably bat at 4. Then you've got young Mavendra Dindial. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, who can hit a long ball, as we all know. Kimo Paul as well, very similar. And Gurikesh Moti is also another big hitter. Thaddeus Lovell, Junior Sinclair, and Richie Lucknow. All of these guys are pretty much all-rounders. In Ali Mohammed, Moti, Paul, Sinclair, Lovell, all of these guys can bat. And this is not what you want to see.
Perez, that was never a single.
I think that was the only way you could have gotten Perez out today. He was so solid.
Yeah, he's flighty, isn't he, Perez? Something can always happen. Look at that. It was never a single.
Yeah, this is disappointing from Raymond Perez after a really well-played 61. He has to go. And the first wicket is down for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Hit straight to the man. Nandu said no. Perez continued. And an easy bit of work. So the partnership is broken. It's 107 for 1. Raymond Perez has run out for 61 of 66 deliveries. And in at number 3, it looks to be Kimo Savory.
Yeah, it seems as if Savory's coming in. Nice foundation to come in to face.
Yeah, there's no real pressure on him. He can take his time now and you know, get himself into the game. When you've got Nandu on the other end, 40 of 51, he's pretty much set. And he is going to look to get a big score under his belt here to start off the season.
Perez, definitely there is talent there with Raymond Perez. I always say it, but sometimes he's a bit too hyper. That was never a single. You know, pushing it, and the fielder was just about 2 yards away from it, and he took off. Nandu, I think, looked up in horror when he saw him coming down.
No, I think actually when you look back at the replay, Nandu was interested a bit, and then he changed his mind. And I think that was a single that they've been taking all morning. I think at that point in time, Nandu probably just wasn't ready and decided to turn back. But he's still there. And I don't think they would have made it after Nandu took off late. So good delivery from Barnes. I like the pace that Brad Barnes is bowling at, and I think he's gonna enjoy this a bit more now because 2 left-handers are out in the middle, so he's gonna get that more moving away from them. Worked into the onside for a single. Barnes himself chased after it, but the man at the mid-wicket collects. No real crowd here at the Queen's Park Oval. You look into the famous Caribbean stand and there's just about 3 people.
I think you got that wrong. There are actually 4. Because there's one in the second tier upstairs. Hopefully, as the tournament progresses, people will come in to take a look at the cricket.
I think you're going to get a bigger crowd when the home team is in action here at the Oval. So at the end of the 20th over, 109 for 1, the Happy Eagles going at just about 5.5 runs and over. And I think, yeah, we're going to see Salmon here. 2 left-handers. You got your 2 off-spinners in Salmon and Barnes. They are going to be 2 guys you want to see bowl the majority of overs against the left-handers. Nandu pulls out as there was someone running past the side screen.
Easy batting, Savory.
Nandu actually getting that single, edging closer and closer to that half century. 1-42 now. But I think in Jamaica, having just picked up a wicket, I feel as though they're still a bit flat. And that was their avenue to get back into the game. They've got to really ride on the momentum of that. And, try to put some pressure back on the Happy Eagles.
Probably value in getting Makino Mindy in for an over too. He's their most experienced bowler.
You look at the lineup. Abhijay Mansingh was in the 11 today. He has not bowled.
And now with 2 left-handers in operation.
You won't want to bring him in.
Yeah, you might want to see him in right now.
You've got Jermaine Blackwood, who, a lot of people don't really see him as a bowler, but he bowled a lot in the regional 4-day competition. Not out, says the umpire on that LBW appeal, and they could get 2 here.
Yeah, they're looking for the run out. They get 1.
Barnes to continue. Skipper 3 overs, none for 13. Close to the boundary there, but they'll pick up just 2. It's not gonna go. But Nandu closer and closer to a half century. He's on to now 44.
Oh, pushed
Oh,
away.
lovely, lovely bit of work from Brad Barnes.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Skipper leading from in front there.
This time it's a full toss and drives it much better down to long off for a single. One delivery to go now in the 2 deliveries, in fact. In the 22nd over. So Jamaica just starting to get themselves back into this game. They're building a bit of pressure. A lot more dot balls than we've seen from when Perez was out there. Oh, edging and down to third man. And I don't think he's going to be able to cut that one off. It's a boundary, so Nandu. In fact, it's Savory who picks up that boundary. He gets 4.
Runs continue to come here, and as you rightfully said, Jamaica not really seizing the opportunity after the dismissal of Savory.
So 22 overs down, 119 for 1. Kemal Savory, he's on 7, and Matthew Nandu's on 45. No, he's played this one nicely into the gap. They look for 2, possibly a third, but Nandu is not interested. He'll stop at 2. And then 22 for 1 now.
Sweeping and sweeping well. That's 4. That's a brilliant shot there from Kemal Savory. Now, we saw a lot of Savory in the 4D, and there's a lot of promise with this young man. I think he's a prince of Essequibo, is it? He's a prince of somewhere in Guyana. That's 4.
Yeah, lovely shot there from Savory. Poorly lined though from Pete Salmon. And it was just that going with the angle of around the wicket down the next side. And Savory got his hands through it quickly. It was a good shot, picked the gap and picked up another, well, his first boundary of the innings. He's going to go over the wicket now.
Short pushed away.
Good fielding there from Royal at point.
It was quicker though. Peter's putting a lot of pace onto the ball. It's not working in his favor. He's in his 5th over. He's already conceded 33.
Also, lovely shot. That's good timing. Straight down the ground to long off for 1. for another single, and they're really unhappy with the state of the outfield. The Jamaican fielders is the second or third time now we've seen guys slip.
But you can't prevent that. It's nothing on the authorities here. It's the rain. The rain will come. And of course, in fact, kudos to the authorities here at the Queen's Park Oval because of the fact that with all the rain last night and early this morning, you have cricket being played.
Without a delay as well. No delays in this game. And just looking across at the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force versus Barbados Pride game, there is no start time just yet. Still very much a delay over at the Respect ground as Brad Barnes continues to Nandu. And gets a single. Barnes not happy with Royal there. After this over, we'll have a look at the bonus points. We actually will start to have a look at it now. In power play 1, in the Guyana, Happy Eagles would have picked up a bonus point for scoring at 6 runs and over without losing 2 wickets. Down the ground for a single. So the bonus points that you can get for that scoring at 6 runs and over with losing less than 2 wickets. And let's have a look at it again. Good delivery from Barnes.
Beauty. He threw him forward. He held it back a bit, and Nandu could have never reached it. In the end, he went through, just looking to push at it. A beautiful delivery by Barnes. Barnes enjoyed that. Still maintaining a slip.
He's getting some movement, Brad Barnes, getting some turn. And it's because he's bowling at a decent pace as well when you compare to the pace that Pete Salmon is bowling at on the other end.
Yeah. Good old Barnes. Wasn't that badly. There's some of the bowling figures. Minley 3 overs for 13. Campbell 4 for 24. 7 overs there from Javel Glenn, 31. In fact, Javo Royal, what am I saying? He's turning the wrist nicely, reaching up to
So just another quick drinks break for these Happy Eagles batsmen as they get their helmets out. There's a Markino Mindley who you've been calling on to return to the attack. He's going to come in and bowl from the Brandar Pavilion end, which he started well from. 3 overs for 13. We mentioned the batting points. Power play 1, 6 runs per over and less than 2 wickets. You get a bonus point for that. And you look at power play 2, which is the phase of the game we're in now, which is overs 11 to over 40. If you can score 5 runs and over in that long period and just lose less than 4 wickets to get another point. So that's what they're going to be looking at. You've already gotten one for this encounter. And over in Grenada, the West Indies under 19, they are up against England under 19. The West Indies won the first one, the international, and at the moment there's a rain break down there, and at 15 overs, England are currently 69 for 4. So that young West Indian team showing some poise. They're going to look for a quick single. And we keep mentioning how quick Nandu is between the wickets, but Kemal Savory showing as well that he is just as fast as they get through for a single. Well played from Nandu late, and down to third man. And with that, he is going to get his half century.
Well, I think our scorers had given him it before. But he gets it there now, Nandu. Excellent effort by the young man, the captain in Guyana as well. And leading from the front.
Oh, chance of a run out there. Well done from Martin Nandu. He got in, and a brilliant bit of work from the old man, Jermaine Blackwood. Nandu gets through. Get another single, so 135 for 1 at the end of 25. And there is a bonus point as well up for grabs for if you can effect 2 runouts in the innings. They've already gotten 1. And Jermaine Blackwood was very close to getting a second there.
Quick single.
This is really, really good running from Savory and Matthew Nandu here. They're really on top of this game at the moment, the Happy Eagles.
Still, the Jamaicans continue to look a little bit flat. The weather is changing a bit as well.
Just a bit of cloud starting to come around, and
Nice use of the feet there, Liam.
yeah, very good from Nandu. There is some rain expected around after lunch. So look at that again. Yeah, good use of the feet from Nandu. 51 for him. 52 now. Savory's on 18.
Oh, bit of a nothing shot there.
It was way too close for him to play that shot. He's trying to cut. And that ball was just outside the line of the off stump.
Savory. It's not a shot he'll want to savor. Whipped through the offside. That's the only way I can describe that. That wasn't a drive. That was a good old lash.
They're really rotating the strike nicely. They've done that all morning.
So at the end of the over, you see not 26 gone, it's 140 for 1.
Once again, there's good batting, there's good rotation of the strike. Kimo Savory's into his 26th List A game. And he's already picked up 5 half centuries to his name. He's averaging just under 31, which is not bad, but he'd want to improve on that, and he's getting some time now to build on his game, as he's pretty much one of the more experienced players in this lineup. You look around, you've got Savory. Nandu's building himself some experience at a young age already. And oh, that's a big heave from Nandu. I think he's starting to lose some patience here. The ball was there. The ball was there to go over the top, but I think his head just lifted up at the last second there and was unable to make any sort of connection. I think he just needs to keep his head down a bit. Saw that mid-off was up into the circle. He's now sent back his mid-off to long off because he knows Nandu's looking to take him on.
Oh, again, another naughty shot. He just needs to walk away a bit. Just gather his thoughts. Savory doing the right thing, coming down just to have a word with him. Now the wind has picked up here at the oval. It's gotten a bit cloudy. If the rain does come though, with this high wind and the wind like this, it should blow away pretty quickly.
You've seen Matthew Nandu play a lot of cricket, and you know that he's a batsman that every time he plays a ball, he walks to the square leg umpire.
Well, today he should do that. Yes.
I think he needs that right now.
Well, the funny thing is, he started to walk to the umpire, and the umpire walked to him as if he wanted to tell him something, and then realized Rajkumar that okay, it's just his ritual. Pushed and punched uppishly. He's going to get one.
He was in much more control though this time, playing the ball under his eyes, playing it a bit later, and placing it exactly where he wants it. So another single to Nandu. He's on to 53 now. Scored a brilliant 100 last year against the CCC before ultimately falling to Mikel Govaya. Nandu's 22 years of age and already captaining in his national team. He's played 16 list day games, 450s and 100. And at an average of 41, just under 42. And you can't ask so much more from a young man like Matthew Nandu, just as we mentioned, 22 years old. This would have been his 5th half century today. So that average is just going to keep climbing and climbing as he continues to bat while he's in this sort of form. At the end of the 27th over, 142 for 1.
Dindial to come after.
I'll tell you one thing about Mavedja Dindial, and I would have played under 15 cricket against him in Jamaica. I would have played under 19 cricket against him as well. And he is the sort of player that has changed his style of batting so much in recent times. I remember, back in those younger days when he was just getting into the Guyana setup, he was a bit more of a solid batsman who's just going to bat around and bat a lot of balls. But since he's gone to the West Indies Academy, he was with the Academy for the past couple of years. Since going to the Academy, his game has improved so much right now. He takes on the game a bit more. He's a bit more aggressive, but it's more like controlled aggression. He's not reckless. So I think with all that, he scored a couple of hundreds in trials, which would have gotten him into this team and into the starting 11 right away. He's going to be looking to give himself a good showing here. And still Kevlon Anderson to come as well.
Captain going to get through his overs. He's in his 7th over, none for 31. Hasn't been bad. Bowling to his opposite number, Matthew Nandu. Down the track, and he's gone. A spectacular catch at backward point.
What a catch that was.
That's Mansingh.
Yeah, it's always going to take something special with that ball peeling away from him at backward point.
Oh, he was flying.
Yeah, that was brilliant. From the leg spinner. And then Nandu. It was on the cards. He was starting to get a bit frustrated. And he was a lot more loose in the way that he was playing. And you just felt like it was a matter of time before something gave.
But, the point I think he got wrong was that the fact that there was no need for it. There's no need for those shots because Guyana are well set here at 144 for 1 before his dismissal in 28 overs.
I think he felt like he was running out of time because when he was batting with Perez, they were scoring quickly. They were getting the boundaries. But what Nandu needs to understand is that from this period, as we mentioned, from over number 11 to over number 40, where the field is spread, the run scoring always dries up a bit. And, I think they were going along well. They were still rotating the strike nicely. But, I think he just felt like he was missing out. So he has to go, unfortunately, and I think that's something that he would improve going into the rest of the series. And it welcomes Kevlon Anderson to the crease. And Kevlon Anderson has just recently played for the West Indies in Test cricket against Australia. Made his debut in a game that nobody would want to remember as a West Indian fan. Was forced to open the batting when John Campbell was off the field. And he was part of that West Indian batting lineup that was bowled out very cheaply. Since then, hasn't played that much cricket. And he's another one, so much potential, such a good cricketer. And he'll be looking to get a big score. And what's left of this game. Jamaica looking up for it now. Their skipper Brad Barnes comes in, gets a breakthrough. And now you've got an opportunity where you can get Mansing in, because you've got a right-hander there. You can get Mansing into the game and let him come in, pick up a few wickets. Cricketing family. His brother Brian, who represented Jamaica at the under-19 level, and have captained them to the double, winning the 3-day and 50-over competition back in 2023, and just recently played in the Breakout League for the Titans.
You can see using his feet there and not really getting to the pitch of it. Ball in the air and a flying catch.
And you've got to give a lot of credit to Mansing there. That ball was out of his reach. He did very well in the end to pluck it out of the air. It's been those moments of brilliance that Jamaica have had.
Well, let's see.
Get a couple more of those.
Well, Mindy's on now. And let's see if Jamaica can make some further inroads. His ball 5 was none for 19, which is very good.
Yeah, you take that, especially when he bowled 3 overs early up into Raymond Perez, who was on the go. With both the openers getting half centuries, you've got your number 3 and 4 out here now on a flat track. You've got to admit that there's not anything really in it for the bowlers, and it's been a very easy day for the Guyanese batsmen. Oh, that's lovely. That's a lovely shot from Kevlin Anderson. Just clipped into the mid-wicket boundary, and he is already off to a good start.
That's all timing. Look at that. That's a man move. I think Barnes just dived to get a better look at it.
You're not going to mind this from Barnes. You see a slip in play into the, the 29th over now. You've got the slip in because you've got a new batsman coming in. You want to put him under some early pressure. Well, just as I said that, Jermaine Blackwood is going to go into that cover region. So there's no longer a slip. The pressure's off.
Probably something that Mindley or Barnes or the wicketkeeper would have noticed about Anderson playing on the offside, and then he bowls on the on. Direct hit would not have even been interested there because He had a long pass the mark.
I think the reason that he would have put Blackwood into that offside there is to get a ring going and try to get him playing into the offside and facing dot balls, but that one was a bit too straight, and Anderson using his wrist, he's a very wristy player, and he's using his wrist nicely to just get that ball to long on. And then another single.
Windies has done a fine job so far. We like to get a wicket now. Get something in the wickets column.
Good delivery from Minley. The close off over number 29, 151 for 2. The Guyana Eagles.
So half centuries from Raymond Perez, 61. Matthew Nandu, 54. Savory's on half of a half century, which is 25 of 31. I think there's value in also giving Campbell a little shot again.
I think I would have given Campbell a go before Minley, just to come in and ruffle a few feathers with that extra piece.
Like
that
the
he
wind
brings.
is ruffling the flags at the moment. Trinidad and Tobago flag stands proudly. And Queen's Park, Jamaica, and the Happy Eagles.
Oh, that's good from Barnes. That's very good from Barnes. And the Keemon Savory has to go.
Savory looks so smooth since coming in. Now he has to leave. That's a big breakthrough there from Barnes. Yeah, look good. He was struck on the back leg.
I think for a split second, I think umpire Raj Kumar in his mind would have been thinking. Umpire Raj Kumar would have probably been thinking it was sliding down leg with the angle. But in the end, off the back foot and crashing into leg stump, probably the top of leg stump. So Barnes has a wicket. That's a second wicket now. He is the breakthrough man at the moment, and in at number 5, it is looking like Mavendra Dindial. The young man lives not too far away from the stadium. Here's Barnes into Dindial, playing around his pads very early. And Brad Barnes is... They're going to give him some stick out there. He's the youngest guy on the team.
It seems to have been around forever.
He's full of talent, Marvin Dindial. He's just going to take some time to settle in here after 2 wickets falling in relatively quick time. Dindial again, just playing around his pads. He's got to be a bit careful.
The pads can't believe his luck. Look at that. Yeah. Look at the place. It's a lot of bottom hand as well.
I'll tell you what, the way that Brad Barnes has gone about things, I would have not. I would have put in a short leg just for a couple balls at Dindial early on. He's getting that ball to turn. He's getting Dindial to play around his pads. Already twice out of the first 3 deliveries that he's faced.
Barnes is, to me, a thinking bowler, a smart bowler. Shuffle the pad, probably just outside the line.
You can look at him there from this angle. You can see the stumps, 2 or 3 stumps behind him. They definitely hit him outside the off stump.
Yeah, outside the off stump clearly.
And so Kevin Anderson be taking the calculated risk, you have to say, at the end of the over. It's 30 down, 152 for 3, so the Harp Eagles going at around 5 and over. And just as we mentioned, Abhijay Mansingh, after taking that spectacular catch to get rid of Matthew Nandu, he is going to come in to replace Mindley.
Well, the 2 right-handers in at the moment, so probably the right time to have him in. These days you have what is called matchups.
Mansingh has been around this setup for a very long time now. Have to spend some time with the CCC team. He's played 19 list day games, 19 wickets, and an economy of just over 5. It's not a bad record. You'd want to improve on it though.
And the bad news is that the covers are coming on at UA at the moment. Normally the rain comes from the eastern side of Trinidad. One hopes that it doesn't come down here, because this is the west.
Single for Dindial. And you know, we spoke about how Brad Barnes is a thinking captain. When Dindial was on strike for that first ball, he had Javel Glenn in that short leg. So good innovation, good thinking, and good.
Oh, chance here.
Oh, Javor Royal, if he picked that one up cleanly, could have been a run out.
See Mansingh, nice action. Let's have a look at it here again. Beautiful. Completes the action nicely.
Short leg back in play for Dindial.
I'll say good afternoon to Teddy.
Oh, looking at cut that one, just some extra bounce.
I think
The top spinner from Mansingh.
I think Marvin is trying his best to give Teddy a heart attack back in Guyana. So good afternoon to Teddy, good friend.
Dindial has been around for a long time. He's been a contracted player with the Harp Eagles for a while, then obviously got the opportunity with the West Indies Academy, where he was there for I think a year and a half, maybe 2 years, and he's now into his national team setup in the absence of the academy. He's still a part of the academy right now, and in the absence of that academy team, he has now fallen into his national team, which is the goal at the end of the day. You want to get these guys graduating out of the academy and into the national team.
Manson. Quicker delivery there, and you can see Anderson from here, from this, going across the stumps, looking to sweep him. Excellent bowling. End of the over. You can see the Guyana boys pretty relaxed, and they should be.
Oh, Dindial. Getting the inside edge there. Oh, Dindial slipping in the middle of the pitch there, but he's gotten up in time and he's gotten back. He's under some pressure here. And I think for Brad Barnes, when you got India playing these shots, this is when you would want the short leg. It's obviously...
Yeah, I don't know why he's not putting that added pressure. A captain like Aaron Pollard, the short leg, city mid-off would have been in place at a long time.
He himself would have been there.
Oh, again, this one takes the leading edge. He's closing the face of the bat, and ever since Dindial came out the bat, he has been closing the face of the bat. So just sliding on, and there he was closing the face of the bat.
No, this is what you want to see. The Jamaicans are up fit now. They've got the youngster out there and they're all in his ear. And he gives this one away very nicely. Dindial not feeling any sort of pressure whatsoever. And he's on to 4. And just the one delivery left in the over now. 156 for 3. 300 still on the cards. You look at the batting to come, you've got Moti, you've got Kimo Paul and Ali Mohammed. And all 3 of those guys would be classified as power hitters. And you know, they are the guys that you would expect to take you to that 300 or 300 plus even.
Worked away nicely. He's looking to push for 2 here. Anderson is quick, but they take only 1.
157 for 3 at the end of 32.
He's closing the face on the bat for that one. Fielder making a bit of a meal of it. So he's down at the moment. We take a break whilst the fielder gets up. himself, the captain. Mansing. So this going straight through. Playing for two in there. Was Dindial. Just needs to settle here. Ravindra Dindial. Talented player. Out of Diamond in Guyana. Mansing and all these youngsters would have been with the CCC team last year. Oh, that's a top edge that flies away down to third man and into the boundary for 4. Good delivery there from Mansing. Scorebook would show 4 runs against his name. It would not show that it was a good ball. Swept away powerfully. Runs here. That's 4. That's a magnificent shot. Kevlin Anderson played that with extreme authority. Oh, wonderful. Pulling that one down. Anderson starting to really look good here now. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. Inside edge. Yes, Dindial went to drive. And it will just pull up in front of Betgate Sports. Siding. Barnes has really been good. A reverse sweep now. Into the boundary for 4. Anderson is starting to turn things here now.
Yeah, that's excellent from Kevlin Anderson.
Lovely, isn't it? So the last two deliveries he has faced, he has struck 2 boundaries, an imperial sweep for 4 and a reverse sweep. Trying it again. And Barnes indicates that it has struck him on the glove. Let's wait and see. Yeah, definitely. Sweeping. So, an exhibition in sweeping here from Kevlin Anderson.
He's an excellent player of spin. And I think all good players of spin are good sweepers of the ball.
All Guyanese players are good players of spin. Yeah, all Guyanese players. Because they grew up on a diet of spin.
Now Dindial using his crease well there to get a single, and you're going to get 2. Once again, using his wrist to get the ball down to long on. And they complete the over at the end of the 34th, 178 for 3. And Anderson and India building nicely here. They are going to take a refreshment break. When we come back, the Happy Eagles will resume on 178 for 3. Kyrie Campbell is going to come in to bowl now from the media center end. Campbell is going to come in to bowl his 5th over here, 4 overs, none for 24. He's going to go over the wicket to Dindial. I thought this could have happened maybe a bit earlier to get Campbell back in when wickets weren't falling, but it's a good time now. 4 overs, none for 24. Dindial just indicating that that one just went away a little bit from the off stump. It's moving out of his reach. Opening the feast this time is not able to get a run. Picks out Royal at point. $182 for 3 now.
Across the line, Dindial has to be careful here. That one held the angle. Look at that. Has to be careful here, Mavindra Dindial. Just looking to play across the line a bit too much. Seemed to be a very slight drizzle here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Anderson looking to set up base there and go over mid-on up in the circle, coming off high off the bat.
Yeah, it rushed onto him, and Kyrie Campbell is letting him know that he has some pace.
I think for Guyana to get that batting point, they need to be at somewhere around 208 runs.
Well, you can see some construction going on there at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. Yesterday, the Honorable Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Kamala Prasad Bisesa, announcing that she's not going to allow any carnival fetes at sporting venues. It's going to be Mansing to continue from the southern end as the drizzle is getting a little heavier.
Well, something to keep a note on. If Guyana could get to 208 runs by the 40th over, they'll get their second bonus point as Dindial pulls out the reverse to brilliant effect, and he picks up a boundary.
Oh, that was beautiful, wasn't it? Look at that reverse sweep. Beautiful 4.
So they're on to 189 now. They need 19 runs, 23 deliveries without losing a wicket.
And the rain is down.
Yeah, it's very heavy at the moment. The ground staff don't seem to be too concerned though, because the sun is hot still.
Yeah. The ground staff, they're taking their good old time. It's just whipped away nicely through mid-wicket. They're taking their good old time because they are from Trinidad and Tobago. Who hustles in Trinidad and Tobago? No one. And
But I mean, they're right, because you look now and it's almost dying down.
well, the only man who hustles is Ralphie. And there he goes, taking down the CG United sign. I want to thank CG United for being great sponsors of West Indies cricket and this tournament in particular. And you're quite right, Liam, the rain has gone.
Oh, Anderson looking to set up and go over mid-wicket. And there is a big gap there between long on and deep mid-wicket. In fact, it's a deep square leg, really.
Well, the ground staff is in position. The rain has dissipated.
Oh, brilliant stop there from Jivo Royal, but it's good cricket all around. It's a very good shot from Kevlin Anderson. I thought he hit that ball well. Straight to the man, though.
A brilliant stop, indeed.
Here's Mansingh again. Anderson, slog sweep down to deep mid-wicket. And he picks a gap well. We just spoke about how big that gap was between deep square leg and long on. Kevlin Anderson was always looking to target that. He picks up a boundary.
Guy's always looking to sweep.
He's a very good sweeper as well.
Yeah, his home is probably spotless.
Man from Boobies, Kevlin Anderson. He's on to 19 now. In fact, he's on to 23. So 194 for 3. One delivery left in over number 37. And he's gone straight. That's a powerful shot. Some work here for the long on fielder. He does well. They just get one. And I thought Dindial thought it went for 4 and did not take off for the single early enough. And Anderson just having a word with him. But he gets it now. 195 for 3 at the end of Harry Campbell is going to continue. Anderson, look at the slug, and that's a very good scoop. Picks his spot very well, beats the man on short fine leg and picks up a boundary. You could have seen him, size up to play that early. Played it very well. At the stumps. Very good thinking from Harry Campbell. Very, very smart. He thought quickly on his feet there to get the ball had already hit the stumps. The stumps were already broken, so he had to pick it up, and his presence of mind was very good there. Yeah, that was a scoop shot played from Anderson earlier on. Very well placed. Oh, 199 for 3 there. 9 runs away without losing a wicket. If they And Anderson goes. Slower delivery from Kyrie Campbell. It was wide outside the off stump. He waited on it, and with mid-off up in the circle, he was able to hit that one straight over the top and picked up another boundary. So the 200 comes up for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Let's have a look from Campbell though. It was a slower delivery. We'll have a look after this delivery. Anderson goes straight to the man at mid-off for one. We'll have a look at it now. From the back of the arm, just like Obed McCoy, very similar to Obed McCoy. The other left arm fast bowler who's known for that back of the arm cutter. So two deliveries left in the over. Dindial 24 of 29. Anderson is on 33. Dindial looking to get cute as well. At Kyrie Campbell beating him for pace there. Another run added to the Harpy Eagles total.
$200 up there.
Look for a single there off the leg by.
Dancing inside the line, the umpire did give it consideration. Umpire Raj Kumar.
You can see Kyrie Campbell as well pointing to those new lines just outside the stumps that have been placed there for just those sort of things. And umpire Raj Kumar give it some sauce, as you said. So now the Harpy Eagles are from getting that bonus point as long as they don't lose a wicket before the 40th over.
Bonus point system crashing down the ground there, so they will get it now. The bonus point system I always thought was a good initiative there by Miles Bascom, the director of cricket. In incremental ways as you go along in the match, there's always something. So it's a match within a match that keeps the players on their toes. What it does is to also keep the players thinking on their feet.
Exactly, your development, you're not just developing their cricket skills, but you're developing their ability to think while they're batting, and the ability to make decisions that are going to help you in the long term and develop you holistically as a cricketer. So there's so much benefits to it.
Sweeping well, that's 4. This guy could sweep. In fact, he sweeps so good, should be called a vacuum.
So look at it again. It's from down to up to get the elevation to beat the man at square leg who's up in the circle. Kevlon Anderson is racing along now to 38 of just 31 deliveries. Runs. Last 15. Swept away again. Shoot to the man at square leg.
Mansing. That was one that went the other way. So that was the wrong one. Mansing showing his wares here.
Some bounce on it as well.
Oh, this is well played by Dindial, just adjusting nicely. Getting down to short third man, Windies there.
Do you think Kevin Anderson is telling Dindial to have a sweep?
I think he's telling him that. If Dindial sweeps, yes, that is exactly what he was telling him.
Or maybe the reverse sweep. The back foot and into the gap. They will run hard. They'll pick up two very easily. That takes the score now to 215 with one delivery to go in the 39th.
Mansing has been a bit expensive. Has bowled some good deliveries though.
It's a flat track. It's a hard wicket to get wickets on as a bowler. You gotta really build pressure. And Dindial pulls out the reverse and appeal for LBW, and I think he's gotta go. He does. And umpire Leslie for Jr. puts a finger up.
So look at it. Difficult to tell from here. Let's see from this angle. Oh, Marvin.
I don't think you could get more out than that.
Yeah.
It's middle stump, and
are you going to blame Kevin Anderson for that?
well, I'm not happy with that dismissal, because now that means that they lost the ability to get that bonus point. So I think that's the bad part about it. I think, you know, you just got 7 balls to the bat again. Play straight, get to your total, get to the 40th over, and then you could open up.
Yeah, if there's a bad delivery, you go after it. Other than that, you just look to push the ball around into the gap.
Just have a look again at the power play 2 bonus points. And yeah, they're not going to be able to get that wicket, that bonus point now, because you have to score at 5 runs and over, as well as lose less than 4 wickets. And they've definitely, they've now lost 4 wickets, because Nandu and Perez were still batting at the end of the power play. So, unfortunate for Guyana. To Dindial, a decent knock on debut. He has to go. And Ronaldo Ali Mohammed is at the crease.
I'll say good afternoon to a good friend of mine in Guyana, Anand Gangadine. Good afternoon, Anand. Hope all is well.
Ronaldo Ali Mohammed is in. Still bonus points up for grabs. They'll get a point if they could go at 10 runs and over in this stage. And they'll get a point again if they go 300 plus. So,
oh, that's pulled away. That's a lovely shot. And into the boundary for 4. Anderson. This is actually child's play for Kevin Anderson.
it was almost like a short-hand jab.
Yeah.
Or a sweep off, or sweep to in front of square. That's very good from Anderson.
Anand will love that. Pushed away.
Still no play in UE Spec. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force up against Barbados Pride.
Oh, struck on the pad. That looked close. Have a look at that. Royale. Umpire's in the best position. That looked close.
Sam a bit higher. An update over in Grenada with the under 19 game. West Indies under 19 up against England. As this one has worked their way down behind square for 2. And no play has continued just yet. At 16 overs, England under 19. 69 for 4.
It's good going by the young West Indian players.
Especially after picking up that victory in the first game. So now they're up to... They're getting ready to go back out onto the field, so should have a restart very soon.
Well, you know, you look overall, you look at West Indies cricket, and a lot of people has had a lot of things to say. I can tell you this: I like the signs I'm seeing in recent times. Look at our team now in New Zealand; they're being very competitive, and you want to see that.
You know, it's gonna go down in a broader perspective that when the West Indies come home, they would have lost a T20 series, they would have lost the ODI series. But you look at the manner of those games, it could have gone either way. One ball changed so many of those games.
Yeah.
You lose games by 1 run, by 3 runs, by 7 runs.
41 required of 4 overs this morning for New Zealand. They got it.
In 3 overs.
In 3 overs, and they got it. Right now, you look at the young West Indies on the 19 team, and they are competing and even beating England on the 19. And those are good signs. This is what you want to see. You want to see. You can't just get up one morning from being in a position of being down for a while and just beat people. You can't just do that. First you must compete, and then you will start to beat people. So I like what I'm seeing. Pushed away by Mohammed. Had a good regional 4-day, Ali Mohammed.
Oh, good delivery from Abhijay Man Singh there.
It's a beauty. It's a good morning to it's lunchtime, and he's probably just finished teacher's class at school in Guyana, Andy Ramnarine, a Cricket 360 commentator out in Guyana, a real 360 man. I think he's going to go to the rice fields now with Inderjeet Prasad in tow. Pushed away. Mohammed just feeling a few onto the bat.
I'll tell you what, it's not going to be long that Ali Mohammed goes like this. If the ball goes anywhere near him, anywhere close to him, he's going to go into the stands. He's a big hitter. He's a strong man. Man Singh is bowling a good length at the moment.
Yeah, he's good. Man Singh is learning. He's a bright boy, Abhijay Man Singh. So he's learning quickly. The end of 41, 223 for 4. I want to say also a very good afternoon to a very dear friend of mine, and that's Rishi Singh out in the Leeward Islands, St. Martin to be exact, but of course originally from Guyana. I don't know where in Guyana. You know, I must ask him. Probably from the Kitty Carville area. I don't know. He'll tell me. My boy Andy Ram the Rhine is going to go into the rice fields now. Very prolific, you know, Andy.
Good
Yeah,
running.
ball by
Good.
Royale.
Now Royal 2 overs left in his spell. Still got Kimo Paul to come. Good occasion Moti as well. If you want to get a left-hander in there. Quick single there from Ali Mohammed on the misfield. Straight to the man at point. Good fielding. Seems to be Jermaine Blackwood there at backward point.
Early on, you made a remark about Jermaine Blackwood and his bowling. I can tell you something. The first time Jermaine Blackwood, I saw Jermaine Blackwood was for the West Indies under 19 team in New Zealand in 2009. He was chosen as an off spinner.
We've seen him bowl off spin for the West Indies in Test cricket at times. We've also seen him bowl medium pace and swing the ball both ways for the Jamaica Scorpions in the regional 40 earlier this year. So he's got a bit of everything, Jermaine Blackwood. Mansingh to continue to Ali Mohammed.
Runs coming very easily. Dindial and Anderson goes on out to 49 or 43. He's been superb, Anderson. This time it's in the air. Mohammed flexes his muscles. And that goes for 6.
There's always just a matter of time with Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. Once that ball is in his area, he is going to hit it a long way. And that he did. 6 runs.
Cut away.
single now. So 1 delivery to go in the 43rd over. 236 for 4 now. Mansing now. Short. Pulled away. Gets another single. They look for a second, but it's not on. Jimmy Blackwood doing the fielding down there at long on. He's been a live wire in the field. It's Kevlin Anderson gets the 50. Very well played 50 from the man from Boobies. So it's Royal to continue. He's into his last over now. I believe he's on 9 overs. Kevin Anderson, 44 ball, half century. Pulls out the reverse, misses though. So Royal is going to go with that angle into his pads. Nine overs, none for 41. Oh, he's gone big. That's a huge hit from Kevlin Anderson. A massive hit down over the long on boundary. And he gets a 243 for his team now. He's on to 56. It's a very good hit. He's looking to go again. And it just misses the stumps. Goes for the reverse. And he's hit that very fine in front of the man at short third. And he picks up another boundary. So Kevlin Anderson is putting in a clinic on batting spin here. Ten runs of the over so far. Still 2 deliveries to go. And Kevlin Anderson is on the go. He's going for the reverse again. He's hit it fine. Not getting as much bat on it this time. And Kyrie Campbell runs in at short third and gets it. No signal by umpire Raj Kumar, so it's going to be runs.
What an innings here from Kevlin Anderson. As I said before, you know, Kevlin Anderson has just been child's play for him.
He's had a good time. He's played 360 degrees. He's played shots all over the ground. Ali Mohammed getting tucked up a bit there to finish the 44th over at the end of Royal spell. 10 overs, none for 52. And then at the end of the 44th over, it's 248 for 4. Mindley is going to return into the attack. Played out to the point from Anderson for a single. Mindley in his 7th over. Just 27 runs off his well so far. No wickets as yet. That's a wide. You look for two here. But just a single. Ali Mohammed is going to get the strike. He is on 12 of just 14. In fact, Anderson, sorry, is back on strike. 62 of 50. Strike rate excellent. He paced his innings very well. Took some time to get going, and then once he started, there was no stopping him. Oh, looking to play the scoop, sorry. Not getting the connection. Oh, that's a lovely shot from Ali Mohammed all the way over the cover boundary for 6. Now Ali Mohammed throwing the kitchen sink at that one. And able to get it all the way over the ropes for 6. And this time straight down to the ground to long off, just short. And they'll get a single. Down the ground, they'll just get one though. end of 45, 260 for 4. Got to try to get to 320 to get to that batting point. 60 runs in 5 overs required for them to get there. They'll also get a point if they get over 300. There's Campbell. Anderson is high off the bat. It's here in the air. The fielder's coming in. Can't get there. Goes all the way for 6. So Kevlon Anderson is on fire at the moment. He's on to 70. Kyrie Campbell rushing him for pace there. Did not hit that as well as he would have wanted, but still was able to get the maximum result. Anderson had to wait on that one. That's a single. Anderson just changing his bat there. No. Ali Mohammed is going to get the strike. Campbell going to go slower ball, but too wide, way too wide. Pulled away and off the gloves into the boundary for 4. So runs flowing here for the Happy Eagles. Kyrie Campbell going short. It's also going to be 1 for the over. Changing the field now. We've got a deep cover, a long on, long off, deep backward square and a deep mid wicket. Campbell has to be straighter. And Ali Mohammed is this one down the ground, muscling it straight down to long on. They'll look for 2. They'll settle for 1 in the end. Good delivery there from Kyrie Campbell into his 7th over now. 53 runs conceded. Anderson just opening the field, looking for the single. And get to keep the strike for the next over. Oh, at the end of 46 overs is 274 for 4. Mindley into Anderson. It's a full toss, and that's put way back into the stands for 6. Kevlon Anderson's on to 78 now. A massive hit there from Kevlon Anderson. He's on to 78. Ali Mohammed on the other end, 24 of 18. So they're just about 40 runs away, 41 runs away from getting to that total that they would want, which is... Oh, Anderson goes again, straight down the ground. Nobody's going to stop that. That's 4. So they've now put that fielder. In fact, he's moved him now, but Anderson is on the go. He's on to 82. And that's wide. That's a wide. Anderson drives wide of the man at long off, and he gets just 1. He's on the go. He's on to 83 now. 321 is what Guyana will be looking at.
So there, you have 2 races going on, 3 races at the moment. Guyana raced the 300. Anderson, could he race the 100? And could both happen before the rain comes? Because it's extremely dark here now at the moment, and the rain is very close to us.
Oh, well, ball there from Mindley.
What I've liked about the guy and his approach today is that every batsman that has come out there has looked positive.
And their running between the wickets has been excellent. They've been dropping the ball and running. They don't allow dot balls.
So the ground staff, they're gathering around the covers. Never a good sign. Well, at least for cricketers. Farmers, yes. slugged
straight to the
away.
man, and Anderson has to go.
Well, everything was playing on his mind. Probably his century. Could Guyana get up to 300, the rain, and he has thrown it away.
And you see the ground staff are starting to put down the CG United stands. A simple catch in the end, and Midley picks up the big wicket of Kevlon Anderson, but take nothing away. That was a perfect innings from him. The only thing he's missed out on is 100, but he's gotten to 83 of just 60 deliveries after starting off slowly.
Yep.
He built his innings really nicely. So
No,
he
it was
has to go.
excellent. He showed a cut above the rest here today, really. Anderson showed his quality.
It's getting very windy now, and the rain is upon us. It's starting to drizzle. The ground staff are taking their time, and I see a guy in a full raincoat coming out of the stands, of the Jeffrey Stottmeyer stand.
Yeah, so guys are expecting. Normally, it's a giveaway when the ground staff move, because they live at the venue, so they know when the rain is actually coming. And early on today, they were reluctant to move. Hopefully, we can get in the 50 overs, and Guyana can get up to their psychological 300 run mark.
Kevlon Anderson, brilliant innings. He had to go, but Kimo Paul is the man in at number 7. And we know how dangerous he is with the bat in hand. He's a pinch hitter. Oh, and he's gone first ball. Straight in the air. The fielder settles, takes a catch. Kimo Paul has to go for a golden duck.
Yeah, Kimo Paul has now afforded Markino Minley a hat-trick ball when he comes back in his next over. So good afternoon to Andy Payne out there in Barbados.
The rain has joined us. Gudakesh Moti just almost got to the pitch, and he's walking back out. Almost as quick as Kimo Paul. So,
Well,
47 overs down, 2 for 51.
I don't think they'll be off for long, because it has now gotten brighter. Staff struggling with the covers, as is always the case, and they're normally heavy. But now the rain is coming even heavier. So, I want to say a very good afternoon to Andy Payne, who said that even he can bat on this track at the Oval and make runs. Well, let's see what will be Jamaica's target when we come back, or will they be able to come back? And there is some time allocated. Can they come back for the last 3 overs? We take a short break. We'll be right back.